In this instance, what we also know is that where they are still stationed, the area where they are, the M23 are in charge of the area just right outside of where they are at this point. But this evening, it is going to be incredibly emotional. The vehicles that you will see behind me are the hearses that carry the remains of these fallen soldiers. They arrived a little bit earlier on this afternoon, and what we understand is that this afternoon it was for the very first time, Kaya, that you had these families identifying the remains of their loved ones. That on its own tells us that this is the moment that they've been waiting for some kind of closure. It's going to be incredibly difficult this evening, Kaya.
Well, absolutely, Griselda, especially because we know that the situation in Goma really was quite tense, quite unpredictable, and also the conditions were fairly harsh. I mean, it's a raging conflict, and in fact, to quote the SANDF in their statement on numerous occasions, they said it was a fierce battle. And we know that it's a very challenging place because it's a proliferation of these militia groupings. You have M23, you have Codeco, you have so many of them, Griselda. But also at the heart of this, it's a mineral-rich part of the DRC. And obviously, there are a lot of forces at play. But this is a place that has been plagued by the conflict for the longest time. And South Africa says our soldiers are there purely because it really bears testament to our commitment to make sure that if you talk about development in the African continent, if you talk about rolling out the African continental free trade area, we need a DRC that is free of conflict. We need a Mozambique that is free of insurgency, or any country for that matter in sub-Saharan Africa, Griselda.
Yeah, and absolutely, Kaya. If we also look at what the President had indicated just to Parliament this afternoon, indicating that, it is quite a mammoth task given to take the decision to have our troops deployed to these countries, but they're very cognizant of the conditions under which they deployed to these nations. For example, if we look at officially the deployment of the SANDF to on the SADC mission, that is, of course, since 2023 officially. But if we look at MONUSCO, which is the UN stabilization mission, this deployment has been since 1999. But way before that, we had seen the presence of the SANDF in some of these countries where there's conflict that continues to rage. And you're absolutely correct, Kaya. I think Africa itself cannot thrive without a peaceful Africa, a peaceful continent. And what we saw in the run-up to this repatriation process that was marred by some delays. We also saw heads of state, SADC, as well as the East Africa community, also come together. You'd recall in Tanzania, this was just this past weekend, and President Cyril Ramaphosa had been part of that. And what we heard him tell Parliament this afternoon was that the M23, if there's any to be a lasting solution of the raging conflict in the east of the DRC, it has to include the M23. And these are bold statements that are being made, which seems to suggest, in fact, the President did speak about inclusivity, which means no one can be left out if we're to find a lasting solution to the crisis that has been raging on in that country for quite some time. But of course, here this evening, proceedings we're expecting to get underway any moment now. We do understand that the President of the Republic, Cyril Ramaphosa, who is the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, I think it comes with a lot of solace there, Kaya, that the Commander-in-Chief would be part of this all-important ceremony to thank these families for lending their sons, for lending their daughters in other missions as well, to South Africa for the attainment of peace, not just in this country, but of course to lend that brotherly and sisterly hand to other countries on our continent that are not as peaceful.
Well, certainly, Griselda, we saw President Ramaphosa declaring those days of mourning, but also the flags flying at half-mast, describing these troops as gallant fighters, saying that they were there in the DRC in pursuit of peace, not for any interest whatsoever, but also really clarifying that it's quite a very important moment for the country to make sure that we rally behind these troops, show unwavering support, but also really just sort of removing and dispelling all those perceptions. Are they well equipped? Do they have the sufficient supplies? Because it's a very, very tough environment where they are, especially those who are still remaining. They are holed up in those bases. I think one of them is right by Goma Airport, and we know that one of the key demands that was made by the leaders of East Africa and the SADC region, they called for the reopening of the Goma Airport, Criselda, because we know that humanitarian aid is key for the civilians, those who are displaced, those who are just desperately looking for help. And also, it's a very important time as well for South Africa really to show that its destiny really is inextricably linked with that of the African continent. If we talk about silencing the guns, I mean, certainly those hotspots, whether you're talking about the DRC, Criselda, the very, very volatile situation in Sudan. And we know that at some point, South African troops were in Darfur trying to deal with a very, very horrific situation where the crimes against humanity, the atrocities were committed.
Certainly, Kaya, and we're expecting if you've just joined us here on SABC News, we're live from the Swartkops Air Force Base. And this is where the official ceremony will take place, the handover of the remains of these South African soldiers. All right, we're going to bring in now, and I'm going to hand over to Kaya Kumale as well as Sophie Mokoena. In fact, I'll ask Sophie Mokoena to come in for us. And this is quite critical, Sophie, if you could just join us here. You've covered this story for many, many years. And I recall it was under your wing that we had also been deployed in 2017 to Goma. And we've had extensive coverage there. The conditions very much have not changed, even way before 2017. Take us back to how we've reached a point where just not South Africa only, but we saw when we spoke to our correspondent in Uganda, in Entebbe, that it was not just the bodies of the 14 South African soldiers, but 2 from Malawi, as well as 2 from Tanzania. So a number of nations are mourning.
You are correct, Criselda. The mission to the DRC has been a long commitment from South Africa. I think South Africans will remember that South Africa hosted the Congolese from different persuasions, and that included countries in the Great Lakes region like Uganda, the Rwanda, Burundi, because the problem here of the DRC, the neighboring countries also get affected, because when there's fighting from these different armed forces, at some point in time, there were 400 armed forces. So they will jump borders to go to neighboring countries. So to resolve the problem of the DRC, you have to bring in also neighboring countries so that there can be an understanding of what's happening. And therefore, after the Congolese dialogue in Sun City, an agreement was signed by President Paul Kagame then and the president of the DRC then, Joseph Kabila, where they agreed on a way forward to ensuring that there's total peace in the DRC. Now, that agreement is gathering dust. That is why we are where we are, because there was no implementation. And when you look at that document, it spells out what needs to be done in terms of integration of the armed forces, building of strong institutions that supports democracy, and also ensuring that you build the economy of the DRC with the help of other countries on the continent with capacity to do that. But also you then have the support of the UN forces to ensure that there's peace. Later on, when there were tensions, this MONUSCO, part of MONUSCO, was given powers to intervene, to fire, not only to stand between the warring factions. And it was called an intervention force. Now, they did manage to repel the M23 rebels. And then there were elections, and I remember the first term of President Tshisekedi. When he was campaigning, he came to South Africa, he granted SABC exclusive interview, he committed himself that he was going to, ensure unity. And then later in Rwanda, working side by side with President Paul Kagame at the summit of Africa CEOs, committing to ensuring that DRC is friendly and it lives side by side with the neighboring countries, and there's peace. But later, it was not to be. And the M23 even made an announcement that they support him as the president. But after 18 months, there was no movement to integrate them in these structures, particularly in the armed forces. They retreated to battle. So that's where you saw this problem. Now, unfortunately, I think due to desperation, he then reached out to SADC to send troops. Now, there's an agreement in the region, in the SADC, that when member countries attacked, other countries must help. And that's why they sent the intervention force. On the other hand, you had EAC, because when it was nice, he decided to join EAC, which Kabila didn't like. He was more focused on the SADC. Then it got sour because he felt that EAC forces were real peacekeeping forces. They didn't want to intervene. They wanted to be between the warring factions. So that is why we are here. But talking about Goma, it's a beautiful region, rich in minerals, rich in natural resources, rich in tourism. And it's unfortunate that it's not stable. The project of Inga Dam that can electrify the entire continent can't proceed because of such tensions. And therefore, I think it remains to be seen. This time around, the president has emphasized that all armed forces or stakeholders must sit at the table and discuss, including the M23. So, and remember that document of Sun City had also indicated that the neighboring forces must withdraw. In other words, Rwanda must pull out of the eastern part because they were saying they are protecting their border because the genocidaires have crossed into Congo. So there's a lot of work that has to be done to ensure that you find a solution. But it's sad because the Great Lakes region is the richest region on the continent. It's the richest. The Great Lakes region can feed the entire continent in terms of food, including water, including electricity. But because there's also international interest, they are not at peace.
Do we see the latest meeting of SADC leaders as well as the East Africa community that happened just over the weekend? President Cyril Ramaphosa also being part of that, in the room with the Rwandan President Paul Kagame. For the first time since we saw what had taken place, some spats regarding diplomatic spats, if I can put it that way. Do we see anything emerge, concrete from that, different to what we've heard in the past, that could yield positive results for lasting change in the east of the DRC?
It was unfortunate that there was that public spat from Rwanda. Because last year, during the commemoration of the genocide, President Ramaphosa has inherited a frosty relationship between South Africa and Rwanda. But he went there because he wanted also to engage with President Paul Kagame, and the President of South Africa, former Mbeki, also assisted. They met. They had a lengthy meeting before the commemoration of the genocide. And when I spoke to the president after the genocide, before he left for South Africa, he said the engagement were quite fruitful, and perhaps the interview SABC had with Paul Kagame assisted him to prepare. So there was better way of engagement. And there was an understanding that you can only achieve peace in that country through political solution. And of course, political solution demands inclusivity. But here we are, as I pointed out, that attack from the Congo forces directed at Rwanda and the South African base caught in a crossfire, and them having to defend themselves has heightened the tensions. But as I pointed out, you will recall we've spoken to the M23. I asked them, why are you attacking South Africa? And they said, that was not our intention. We are not fighting with South Africa. And since then, behind the scenes, there have been talks. That's why you see the remains now. And there's that engagement now. Now, the president saying everybody must be on board. I think even the M23 will even soften its stance more in relation to South Africa. But also President Kagame will chill a bit, because he's pushing that the M23 must be invited. The same with President Museveni of Uganda. But we haven't had President Tshisekedi's side of a story in terms of the call now with President Ramaphosa saying President Tshisekedi must engage M23. But let's hope at the AU tomorrow, when the Peace and Security is meeting in Addis Ababa, the president is flying to Addis later today, we will hear more announcements in terms of way forward to find a solution to this protracted conflict in the DRC.
Well, let's bring it to tonight's official handing over of the remains of these 14 South African soldiers. President Cyril Ramaphosa, I heard in Parliament just before he left to come here, he's certainly not arrived at this particular point, but we do understand that he is en route. Very clear to say a lot has been said in the during the course or after the announcement of the killing of our soldiers. A lot's been said about, and it was clear to say this is nothing but a peace mission in that country.
Yes,
do you make anything of that, given that a lot has been said? I see there are some vehicles behind us. I'm sure our team will be able to show you. We're not quite sure at this particular stage who it is that might be arriving, but a number of dignitaries, some members, of course, of the President's executive are also expected to be here today. And we'll see in just a moment who that is. But Mam Sophie, you were talking to us a bit about the President, of course, indicating we're hoping that our camera would be able to just zoom in just a little bit there so we're able to see exactly who that is. But all right, Mam Sophie, you were talking about the President's sentiments in Parliament today.
The President sought to set the record straight because there are rumors that there's reinforcement, there's extra deployment. It's not true. I suspect there has been capacity building for evacuation in one of the neighboring countries, because that's what you do, because our soldiers are confined in the base and now the whole place has been taken over by M23. So there might be a withdrawal or pulling out as soon as countries have agreed on a way forward and also on issues that are related to peace process.
In fact, Mam Sophie, we'll come back to you in just a second. We do understand from the announcements that are being made now that the chief of the SANDF, Rudzani Mapwanya, has just arrived here at the Air Force base. And of course, he's a pivotal part, as well as I understand some of the ministers as well, who have also arrived at the stage. We're also just trying to...
Yes, this is the leadership of the military, as you can see. And I think very soon we will also see the arrival of the president, because I can see one of the cars with the emblem of the presidency. So the president will soon be joining families, as it had been announced earlier on that on arrival, there where you have families, you have a seat where the president is going to sit next to Minister of Defense.
All right, if you've just joined us, thank you very much indeed, SABC News International Editor Sophie Mokoena, the top brass of the military arriving, of the SANDF in fact, arriving at the Swartkorps Air Force Base. Those are pictures that we will see in just a moment. We're expecting them. All right.
South Africa's President Cyril Ramaphosa walking in there. In fact, as he walks in here, it's pouring, it's bucketing down. But quite a very important moment, Sophie and Griselda, just showing just the magnitude and the importance of this event.
And certainly the President, the Commander-in-Chief, as Sophie had indicated, joining the families of the loved ones, joining the families of the soldiers that of course, had perished in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Indeed, Kaya, I think this is an omen of some sort. It is bucketing, it is raining, and in African culture, as they say, the spirits of these fallen soldiers are with us here this evening. I see just behind me those hearses that are carrying the remains of the fallen soldiers are now moving back, and we do understand that they've been draped at the stage with the South African flag. Sophie?
Yes, now they will be taken as indicated earlier on. You actually spoke to, or it was Kaya, one official, that it will be 5 cars, and then 4 cars, taking those remains. And after the cars have left, then the family and the president will walk into one of the marquees. I'm sure our colleagues are in that marquee. They can show the visuals of the marquee where the president and others are going to join in a service, as you pointed out, with the chaplain leading those formalities. And now that moment of us seeing for the first time the coffins has arrived, and I think it's for the nation. I think this is a difficult time, because one thing that we've observed, we crisscross the country today speaking to South Africans. They are also in mourning, and they are supporting the families at this moment, at this difficult time. And we really appreciate the fact that some of those families were able to speak to us. You can see now the coffins will come out, Chriselle.
All right, in just about a moment we'll pause while that happens. The remains of the 14 South African National Defence Force soldiers moving from Hangar 4. And this, of course, a moment that the loved ones have been waiting for, the official handover of the remains of the fallen South African. All right, we'll pause for this moment. All right, a significant moment in this official send-off. The handover, of course, and those coffins have now made their way into these hearses right here behind me. And Kaya, I understand that they will drive off from here.
Well, very much so, Criselda. A very somber moment, and obviously now joining us now is, of course, a top man here from the SANDF, of course, Tanga. A very important moment here as we see this particular formation, where we see the SANDF members paying homage to their peers and colleagues. Tell us about this significance.
Thank you very much, Chris and the company. This is a very significant moment. It is a moment that we were waiting for, so that we can acute this ceremony, which we call a handing over ceremony, because we're handing over the mortal remains to the families. It begins like we did the receiving, and we had holded them inside the hangar, as you have seen. And once the hangar opened, so on slow time with the coffins, taking the remains into the hearses. However, in that process, when they are marching on the red carpet, the members in uniform do salute, paying homage, and the National Ceremonial Guard present arms.
And this, of course, a pivotal moment in the sense that the families will finally now get closure in terms of receiving the remains of their loved ones, and of course having the commander of in chief of the armed forces also here to be part of the process signifies a very important moment and the respect that there is for the mission that these men had carried out.
It gives it a very huge value, seeing the commander-in-chief here. You will remember that the commander-in-chief is the supreme in the defense force, of which this kind of a ceremony, we could not have done it without him. And it is the reason why we have postponed the time from morning up till this time when he is available.
Right. And if you're just watching these visuals on your screen now, these are the second batch of hearses that will carry the second batch of the remains of these fallen soldiers. What we had was that the first had been, I think they said it had been 5, and this will also be 5, and then it will be 4. I'm correct there.
Crisetta, you correctly said so. When we formed them up in the hangar number 4, we indicated that the best way is to form them up in threes, forming up in threes in batches of 5. That was made for the reason that we could march them out in the correct manner, as we should, as a defense force.
And we're expecting in just about a moment what we had seen just a few moments ago. This, of course, being the second batch of 5 first having left. The remains of the other 5 now will be removed from hangar 4 and put into these hearses. And you can only but imagine what significance this is for the families. I think as we continue to speak of the raging conflict in the DRC, the repercussions, at the end of the day, these are the bodies of people with human faces, people who have fought, have been on the battleground, and unfortunately, these ones did not return home alive.
Griselda, in the Defense Force, we say that these are heroes.
Yes.
And our heroes had to be sent off in a significant manner. It is the reason why we have been so crying that this moment should come. And now that it came, we will then maybe look better, including the families of the deceased. It is just to close up, you know, the tragedy that has taken place. Then we need to close it up in a correct fashion, in a fashion of a ceremony. Like I said in the beginning, that it has been planned long time ago that it be executed in this format.
All right, in just about a moment, we'll pause again when the second batch of the remains, in fact, that is taking place right now. The second batch of 5 of the remains of the fallen heroes are now going to leave the Swartkops Air Force Base, where the official handover ceremony is taking place. The Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, President Cyril Ramaphosa, is seated amongst the family that today gets closure. There is something significant also about, I hope my wording is correct, but the bearers who are alongside these coffins of the fallen soldiers.
Yes, it is a norm in the Defence Force. It is a way that we operate. When we take the coffin wherever it is, it should be done the very same way. We cannot have done it any other way except the way we are doing it now. And this is what gets done as well when they will get to be buried. It will be the bearers that will take them to the grave sites. And it is just like that in the Defence Force.
These live pictures from the Swartkops Air Force Base, the second five of the remains of these fallen soldiers is now leaving. Now we'll have 4 more of those hearses being brought in to then transport the remains of the final 4.
Certainly live visuals here from the Air Force Base in Centurion. And while we have you, General Tenga, surely not an easy process to repatriate. There were quite a number of delays. It's been quite a very, very involved and very detailed process, but also the United Nations assisting you to reach this point.
Well, in a war zone, it is always like that. It is not easy. However, we still say we worked so hard that we could get this one done. And until now that you see that the mortal remains have arrived, and we are now busy handing them over to the families. It was not so easy, but we did it.
And just once again, General, those who are still in the DRC, in Sake, Goma, the strongholds essentially now of M23, I would imagine that you're constantly in touch with them to make sure that they do get essentials, they get the supplies that are desperately needed.
Yes, you are correctly saying that. There's nothing that we're not doing for them. They still receive what they should receive. And speaking now at this moment, they are safe where they are.
And obviously, Griselda, also bringing you into the picture, surely this can't be easy for these troops. They knew some of these individuals, they knew some of their colleagues, and you can really feel the aura, the sadness, the poignancy at this point in time, because they knew these people.
In fact, one of the majors that I spoke to a little bit earlier on, who's part of the ceremonial team, her eyes were very teary. And you never get to see a soldier cry. Does not happen. But you can imagine, while the families are in grief, the nation is in mourning, but they also had colleagues who worked side by side. They knew them by name. They knew them by face. And while many will say, of course, the day you decide to fulfill the passion. I do believe it is a passion. It is a calling to go and fight in another country, whether you fight for your country or you fight in another country for peace and stability. It is a calling. It is very difficult terrain. The terrain where our soldiers remain still is incredibly difficult. It is a calling, but we never forget some of their colleagues who are here today who've also spoken about how incredibly difficult it is for them as well. When we spoke to the Chaplain General a bit earlier on, he spoke about support that is not only just given to the families, but is also given to colleagues that need support through this difficulty. It's a path that has been chosen. However, in this instance, anyone who goes to war does not wish to come back in a coffin, but unfortunately, this was the case for these 14 soldiers in the volatile east of the Democratic Republic of Congo. From where we stand at the moment, General, South Africans would perhaps ask, are our troops safe? Can we be assured that our troops are safe, are getting the necessary support that is required, in particular because they've also lost? They are not able to be here. But what would you say to South Africans today in this moment of mourning about those that remain in that volatility?
Yes, thank you, Criselda. It is just an unfortunate situation. When soldiers are assigned to deploy for a mission, we don't foresee that they will come back in black bags. And themselves too do not think of that. As soldiers, we know that we go, we do as we are assigned for, and we come back. We are all heartbroken, inclusive of the families, of course. It is not so easy that a colleague should just perish in this way, and you remain standing. You will definitely feel heartbroken. We are, all of us, heartbroken.
If I ask that we just pause for the last batch, the 4 that are now leaving hangar number 4. Well, General, this, of course, being the last of the 14 soldiers, that's 4 now, that are leaving the Air Force Base. Well, obviously, we'll proceed after this to the memorial service, as I understand, which will take place in just about a moment.
Yes, Cressida, after this, we are going to proceed with the memorial service. Obviously, where the Commander-in-Chief, the President of South Africa, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, will have word to South Africans and to indicate to them that we have now achieved what we wanted to do and what we're supposed to do. We have achieved, and hopefully the families will be put at ease as they received their mortal remains.
And just once again, before we conclude, General Tenga, obviously the burial, quite a lot of processes that are still outstanding. Just a way forward from here?
A way forward from here is already discussed. The chiefs have come together and discussed about this, and to say these mortal remains will be put to rest in a military way, and all over wherever they will be put to rest, it will be a send-off militarily.
All right, General Tenga, thank you so much indeed for that insight. And once again, condolences to you in light of this tragedy. Of course, President Cyril Ramaphosa, you go back to the State of the Nation address where he was saying the country has suffered a devastating loss, but also paying homage to these fallen heroes and really also saying that they were playing a very instrumental role in terms of making sure that we see a long-lasting peace in the eastern parts of the DRC, especially where we see the proliferation of all these armed groups in the eastern parts of Congo. The main one, of course, being the M23, but also we saw the recent summits, very historic summits. Of course, visuals there of the Commander-in-Chief, President Cyril Ramaphosa, having a very busy schedule. We saw this afternoon he was in Parliament, and one of the issues that featured was the issue of the eastern parts of Congo, where the president was really emphasizing the issue of the diplomatic solution. And quite a very important moment. General, while you're still here with me, maybe let me just grab you. Just in terms of the families, General, how has it been in terms of the reception from the families? You, as SANDF, you have been constantly in touch with these families. I would imagine that there is a sense of closure that they've been yearning for, but quite a very important time for the country.
Yes, it was a difficult moment. However, we had a number of stakeholders within our defense force that went through to the families for condolences' sake. A huge support was given to the families. I remember the chief of the South African National Defence Force mentioned that to the Parliamentary Committee the other day, to say there are those stakeholders that are sent to go to the families from the Defence Force side.
All right, General. And of course, Griselda, I see the presidential motorcade is moving now.
Well, that's right, Kaya. This, of course, would be the second phase of this evening's handover ceremony. This is, of course, where the memorial service is now going to take place. And you will see that the families which were gathered under that marquee, the white marquee, are now going to move to another area now where, of course, as General, you indicated, the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, President Cyril Ramaphosa, will also have words, and I'm sure it will be words of encouragement, because we still have some of these troops that remain in the Democratic Republic of Congo.
Griselda, it is an obvious thing that the Commander-in-Chief will have words to South Africans, will have words to the Defence Force, will have words again to the troops that are still in the DRC, to comfort them and to indicate to them that there is this that we are doing, for them to remain comforted and to stay at ease where they are.
All right, General, thank you very much indeed. We do appreciate your time. If you've just joined us, you'll see now this is, of course, where the family members are now moving from that marquee just right behind me, and are being escorted, of course, by some members of the South African National Defence Force, and they are entering the hangar, which is hangar number 5, just right next to the hangar that had been holding the remains of their loved ones. Perhaps talk us through what are we expecting in the next few moments, General?
At this moment, what we're expecting is for all the uniform members to gather into the big marquee tent so that the memorial ceremony can then take place.
General, thank you very much indeed. We're going to ask you, I think, just to stay with us just a little bit longer as the program. Of course, you'd see a lot of movement as the families have moved from the marquee into the area of the hangar where they had been seated on their arrival. And, you know, scenes of grief. These vehicles which had been transporting these families, General, had passed just right by these broadcast cameras, you know, as we beam to the nation, the arrival of the bodies of these fallen heroes and the anguish and the pain. We consistently speak about that because we not necessarily want to forget. At the end of the day, there are families that remain behind. These would include wives and children and great-grandparents, even in these instances. I am not sure at this particular point. I'm going to ask my colleague Kaelihle Khumalo just to stay a little bit with the General, and perhaps I will see if I am not able to perhaps speak to one of them about today's pivotal moment.
Well, very much so, Griselda. Quite a very sad state of affairs here. And General, we can really feel, you know, the sadness is very palpable. And I was just watching the proceedings and looking at the reaction from the families. You could see that a lot of them really, they were trying so hard to withhold that pain, because this is an incredibly important moment for them where they're getting closure. But also we do know that it's still going to be a lengthy process. But General, just take us through once again the issues around DNA, the verification. How is that process unfolding?
In the Defence Force, we do have the stakeholders, like I indicated. We do have the South African Military Health Services, where they come part of the members that does the DNA, inclusive of all the stakeholders that should be around them. And it is planned already for that. So I don't see that there is anything that will again stand in our way, not to hand over or for the families to take their remains with as they go back home. That was well arranged.
And General Tang, obviously they're from different parts of South Africa, about 7 of them from Limpopo and many other provinces, Northern Cape and others as well. How will that process be facilitated to ensure that they get to these respective provinces?
You will understand that as a Defence Force, we stand with the AFBOB funeral parlor, whereby when we receive our mortal remains, that is where we put them. And when we hand over to the families, it will then depend on the families to say either they take as is with the AFBOB or they bring their own chosen or lively with the funeral parlors to transport their remains with. And if not, the Defence Force will do it through AFBO to the destinations around South Africa.
All right, General Tenga, thank you so much indeed for guiding us through this evening. And of course, with my colleague here, Criselda, and also the SABC's international editor, Sophie Mokoena, a very somber atmosphere here. And you can really tell, though, from the families that there's that sense of closure, coming to terms with a very awful reality of losing their loved ones. So with that, back to you, Bongi and Fundo in Johannesburg.
We will pay tribute to fallen soldiers and honor their contribution to the struggle for peace on the African continent. Much has been said in this House and in the debate in the National Assembly earlier in this week about the deployment of the SANDF in the Eastern DRC. It is a debate that is welcome and necessary because South Africa's role in peacekeeping missions is indeed fundamental to the pursuit of peace, stability, and development in our own country, in the region where our country is located, and on our continent. The decision to deploy our armed forces is not taken lightly, particularly when that deployment may put our defense force members in harm's way. While South Africa has contributed to the SADC mission in the DRC, we have always maintained that an inclusive negotiated resolution is required to achieve in the region.
For the withdrawal of the SANDF from the DRC. They have sent their condolences to the families who've lost their loved ones. The soldiers were in the DRC as part of the UN peacekeeping mission.
Our country must withdraw the soldiers in DRC. We do not have a border or any interest at DRC. If at all these soldiers were a peacekeeping mission, why are they wearing their South African army regalia? There's no UN UN sign that they are wearing lapel.
Once, and you see, even your body, and me, I feel sad for them, although it's their profession, but I feel
unfair, just because, to be honest,
can create space Sithi kubo ke wothi akekho unjengwe kuba kebazakhe ziminku Jesu fia kuseni Sebethi makati lekawe sugaba Fike kuseni Ezokupama tamasha Jesu fia kuseni Sebethi makati lekawe sugaba Fike kuseni Ezokupama tamasha Fike kuseni Jesu yebo Kutofika uJesu
Ladies and gentlemen, during the playing of the national anthem, uniform members are requested to salute. On completion of the national anthem, all members may take their seats, and they are requested to remove their headdress. Lastly, ladies and gentlemen, on the departure of the President, all members are requested to stand and remain standing. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, you may take your seats. and gentlemen, please rise for the arrival of the President. Ladies and gentlemen, you may be seated. Military personnel are reminded to take off their headdress.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I request on my right, the chaplains,
We're still live from the Swartkops Air Force Base in Centurion, and the families of the fallen 14 soldiers have now arrived in the main marquee as the memorial service gets underway, led by the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, President Cyril Ramaphosa. Some sense of closure for these families here this evening, having received the remains of their loved ones. And what we're expecting as the program gets underway we're expecting, of course, the program, the welcoming will be done by the Chief Army Lieutenant General Lawrence Kulegani Mbata. There will also be a lighting of the candles, which will be led by the Chaplain General, Brigadier General Ernest Thabo Masweu. We're also expecting a message from the Chief of the SANDF, General Rudzani Mapwanya, and the main address will be by the Commander-in-Chief, President Cyril Ramaphosa. And after that, a scripture reading by the Chaplain, Reverend Dora Mpahlele. Mam Sophie, SABC News International Editor Sophie Mokoena will bring you in the Commander-in-Chief leading the families into the main marquee for the official start of this memorial service.
Yes, I think we are about to see a start. As you can see now, the President is walking towards the marquee, and the official ceremony will start. Earlier on, the convoy dropped the President at the marquee while the families were still at Hangar 5. And I think, as you can hear, the announcement, the arrival of the President, and now formalities are about to start. It's not going to be long, and it will be a very short program. As you know, that the President will be traveling to Addis Ababa to attend the African Union. And I think in a minute from now, the program will start. But you can see that families are really looking forward to go home so that they can start with processes of laying to rest their loved ones. And for them to find closure, Griselda, it has been very, very difficult. As you know, that for days the remains in Goma. And when you look at the road from Goma to Uganda, it was quite a long one as we wait for the chaplain to start. And let's take you to the podium where formalities are starting.
NT Magodi, Chief Chaplain, Joint Operations. My core program director for tonight is Acting Chief Army Chaplain Tao. May God bless us as we carry on with our program tonight. President of the South African, Mr. Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa. Deputy President, Minister of Defense, Me Ng Motse. Bereaved families of the fallen soldiers. Former First Lady, Mrs. Z. Mbeki, members of Parliament, Portfolio Committee on Defense, members of the Military Command Council, Plenary Defense Staff Council, members of the Military Attaché Corps, generals and admirals, officer commanding, officers, warrant officers, and non-commissioned officers, captains of industry, religious leaders, municipal leadership, chairperson, SANDF Spousal Forum, and executive, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. Thank you very much. We are going to start with our program. Chaplain Tau is going to offer our opening prayer.
Come, let us pray. The God of peace, the God of our nation, the God of Africa, we come before your throne. Be with us tonight, we ask. Amen.
Thank you very much. Can you come and carry on?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me, please, to invite the Chief of the SA Army, Lieutenant General Lawrence Kulikani Mpata, to do the welcoming. Chief, sir.
Excellency, sir, permit me to proceed on my assignment as assigned. Also allow me to take protocol from the queue of the MC. Thank you, Excellency. Taking from the queue of the MC, acknowledging the presence of the Commander-in-Chief, His Excellency, and all the dignitaries present, allow me to acknowledge the bereaved families, but also allow me to acknowledge the Commander of the Armed Forces. All members in uniform, distinguished and honorable guests, dames and heren, lest we forget, why are we here? It is to celebrate the personifying heroic image of members of the Pride who have made us proud, members of the Department of Defense. Lest we forget, the founding fathers of our democracy once envisioned and laid a firm foundation as visionaries of their time, saying, for South Africans to enjoy their democracy, their economic growth and security, it is important that we understand the importance of stability and peace within our continent, within our region. I believe it will clear our presence in all these operations. The greatest glory in living lies not in never falling, but in rising every time we fall. But for those who have made the ultimate sacrifice, we honor their memory by continuing to strive for a better world. Close quotes. This quote by our global icon, the first democratically elected president of the Rainbow Nation, the late and the great Tata Nelson Rolihlahla Matiba Mandela, captures the essence of sacrifice, resilience, and the pursuit of a better world, which is fitting as we welcome the sons and daughters of our soil. Let alone remember them for their bravery and their selflessness. It is my solemn honor to welcome home Staff Sergeant William A. Dikono, Staff Sergeant Mulahlei Ishmael Mulahlei, Staff Sergeant Shwahlane Theophilus Sepe, Corporal Matome Justice Malemsa, Corporal Renee Nemabulani, Lance Bombardier Tumeleng McDonald Moreo, Lance Corporal Tseke Mofate Molapo, Lance Corporal Matsetse Stanley Raswiswi, Rifleman Sabatani Richard Chokwe, Rifleman Derek Maluleke, Rifleman Sidiso Andris Mabele, Rifleman Calvin Louis Mwahi, Rifleman Jehovah's Moepen, Private Peter Jacobus Strado. Today, as we celebrate on the South African soil and pay our respect to their memories, we welcome you back to the land of your birth, the land that you sought to defend, and the land that you love. You were more than just soldiers. You were sons and daughters, husbands and fathers. You were loved ones, friends, and comrades who left behind a legacy of courage, sacrifice, and dedication. As we remember your lives and service, we honor your memories by acknowledging the significance of their contribution to our nation. You are part of a proud tradition of the South African soldiers who served with distinction and the greatest aplomb in various parts of our beloved continent. Your conflict or deployment to the conflict-ridden Democratic Republic of Congo was a testament to South Africa's role as a responsible and engaged member of the international community, committed to peacekeeping and conflict resolution in the region. You work tirelessly to protect civilians' life, let alone humanitarian aid in the region. Through your time with us was cut short. Your impact will be felt for generations to come. You inspired us with your selflessness, your camaraderie, and your unwavering commitment to the Rainbow Nation, the region, and the continent at large. To the families, to the bereaved families of our fallen heroes, we extend our deepest and heartfelt condolences. We cannot begin to imagine the pain and grief you must be feeling, but we want you to know that you are not alone. We share your sorrow, and we will do everything in our power to support you during this difficult time. Their legacy will continue to inspire us and motivate us, and strive to honor their memory by continuing to serve our nation with courage, integrity, and devotion. Now, mine was short, being to acknowledge and welcome you as we celebrate our beloved colleagues. We find solace in the knowledge that their enduring legacy will continue to inspire us and motivate us. We will carry their memories with us, drawing strength and courage from their example, and strive to build upon the foundations they have laid. May their memories ignite within us a renewed passion to serve our glorious organization with excellence, integrity, and purpose. Allow me to quote a soldier's prayer from George L. Skypeck. I was that which others did not want to be. I went where others feared to go, and did what others failed to do. I asked nothing from those who gave nothing, and reluctantly accepted the thought of eternal loneliness should I fail. I've seen the face of terror, felt the stinging cold of fear, and enjoyed the twisted, sweetest taste of a moment of laugh. I've cried, I've pained, and I've lived times others would say were best forgotten. At least someday, I will be able to say I was proud, and I'm proud of what I was as a soldier. Allow me, Commandant of Armed Forces, in my welcoming note, to say to the MC, as permitted by His Excellency, my assignment has been accomplished. I thank you.
We will now ask the Chaplain General, Brigadier General Ernest Tabo Masweu to do the lighting of the candles. Chaplain General.
side.
Thank you, choir. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now receive a message from Summit DRC Force Commander, that's Major General Godfrey Tular. General.
The President, His Excellency, President Cyril Ramaphosa, Minister of Defense and Military Veterans, Mama Inji Mutsaha, Ministers and Deputy Ministers present, members of the PDC and the MCC, generals, admirals, flag officers and officers, chaplains, the bereaved families, distinguished guests, all protocol observed. I am actually standing here to deliver a message on behalf of the Force Commander, Summit DRC, Major General Monwambisi Jacobi, who is currently in Goma. And it reads as follows. I receive with shock, sadness, and extreme grief the sad news of the untimely death of Lance Corporal M.S. Raswisi, Lance Corporal T.M. Mulapo, Private D. Maluleke, Staff Sergeant W.C.E. Kola, Private P.J. Stradom, Private S.R. Chokwe, Private C.L. Muahi, Corporal M.J. Malisa, Staff Sergeant M.I. Mulahlehi, Corporal R. Nemavulana, Lance Bombardier I.M. Moreu, and Staff Sergeant T.P. Siepe, who passed on the 23rd, the 24th, the 25th, the 27th and 28th of January 2025, respectively, while serving the Summit DRC, as well as Rifleman T.A. Mabele and Rifleman M.J. Mubi, who were serving under the QRF of MONUSCO. On behalf of the Summit DRC and MONUSCO community, and indeed on my behalf, I wish to express my heartfelt condolences to the SANDF and the bereaved families for this tragedy which has caused a great loss to the SANDF, the entire SADC and United Nations. This death brings more sorrow because the 14 personnel who died while executing a noble duty for the SANDF, for SADC, as well as the United Nations and the entire humanity. Their role in the DRC included restoring peace and security, protecting civilians and facilitating humanitarian efforts. In this hour of grief, I understand that their deaths were not in vain, but important struggle for peace and security in Africa. In the same vein, I join you in mourning of this death, hoping that you will have strength to endure these difficult times. May the Almighty God rest their souls in eternal peace. Please accept the assurance of my highest consideration and esteem by Major General M. Jacobi, the First Commander, SAMI DRC. Lastly, to the bereaved families, I would like to leave the following message, which is from Timothy 4, verse 6 to 8. It reads as follows: I have finished my course, I have kept the faith, henceforth there is laid up for me a crown of righteousness, which the Lord, righteous judge, shall give me at that day, and not to me only, but unto all them also that love is appearing. I thank you. Permission step down.
Thank you, GOC. We will now have UNSRG Lieutenant Likita. May you come forward, please.
Mr. President, sir, allow me to rest on the protocol observed. Good evening, everyone. Standing before you is Lieutenant Lekhina from RSA QRF, that is based at Sake, MONUSCO. I'm here as a representative or an ambassador of UN. I'm representing Ms. Bantu Keita, which is a mission commander and a special representative to the Secretary General of United Nations. So the letter reads as thus: with profound sadness and solidarity, I write this letter to pay tribute and honor to our fellow UN family members, M1109
8440, Private Andres Tidiso Mabele, and M1109 8444, Private Moketi Joseph Mubi, who were taken away from us following their ultimate and tragic death. Words cannot describe how deeply sorry I am to report our loss and how much their death have and will continue to impact us who are rendering service in achieving the UN mandate of selflessly protecting the civilians in the DRC, Democratic Republic of Congo. We pay tribute to them for embodying what it truly means to wear the blue helmet. They will be deeply missed by their families, comrades, friends, and all who knew them. To their bereaved families and colleagues who were not prepared for such profound loss, I pray that they find comfort in the Most High. Rest in peace, M1109 844, Private Andres Tidiso Mabele, and M1109 8444, Private Mugeti Joseph Mubi. Please accept my deepest condolences for the tragic loss of our dear comrade in arms. I thank you.
Thank you, Lieutenant. Ladies and gentlemen, I will now invite the Chief of the South African National Defence Force, General Luzano Mapchanya, to deliver the speech. Generals.
To the President of the Republic of South Africa, His Excellency Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa, to the bereaved families of our fallen soldiers, allow me also to acknowledge the presence of all the chairpersons of the Joint Standing Committee on Defense. Allow me also to acknowledge the presence of Ms. Zanele Mbeki and all members of Parliament, members of the Plenary Defense Staff Council, and members of the Military Command Council, all members of the Military Attaché Corps, generals and admirals, officers, the Sergeant Major of the South African National Defence Force, Sergeant Major Mochache, the Chaplain General of the National Defence Force, Chairperson of the South African National Defence Force Spouses Forum, Bomme Mapchanya, and her executive, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. I stand here tonight filled with profound gratitude and deep sorrow. In this world often marred by conflict and strife, our soldiers went into the heart of darkness with unwavering courage. They were tasked with a mission to maintain peace and restore hope in the land that has witnessed too much suffering over the past 30 years. As their names were read, this is not mere formality, nor as a last roll call, for they will never be able to answer to any roll call that will be made. These names live forever in our hearts and in the history of our people. These soldiers were part of Southern African Development Community Mission in the DRC, known as DRC, and the United Nations Organization Stabilization Mission in the DRC, known as MONUSCO. Both MONUSCO and DRC mandate have a common objective, which is to support the regional and the international effort in achieving the lasting peace and security in the DRC. Each member of the South African National Defence Force who answered the call to serve in the DRC carried out the mission with the spirit of selflessness and sacrifice. They fought gallantly against rebels of M23 who threatened the fragile peace, embodying the very essence of what it means to be a defender of freedom. To the families who are with us today, I want you to know that your loved ones served with unwavering bravery, and therefore they looked at death in the face. They challenged all that seemed to be a daunting task that many wouldn't have liked to face, and yet they persevered. Through their commendable conduct, they personified the spirit of resilience, demonstrating a level of commitment that inspires us all. They did not back down in the face of adversity. Instead, they rose to the occasion, demonstrating the very principles of courage and selflessness that we in the South African National Defence Force hold very dearly. It is often said that the true measure of a soldier, his valor, is not found in the victories won on the battlefield, but in the lives touched and the peace that is fostered. Our fallen comrades understood this truth deeply. They stood side by side with their fellow soldiers, united in their mission to protect the innocent and restore hope in the land ravaged by conflict. They believed in the power of peace and in the importance of their role in creating a safer world. They believe that peace is not just the absence of war, but the presence of justice and hope. If peace and stability is what our fallen heroes were pursuing, it begs to raise just a few pertinent issues that these fallen comrades would be asking themselves today if they were given the opportunity. Are we collectively, as South Africans, united and rallying around the common goal in supporting the families and the remaining comrades in remembrance of our fallen heroes? As we seem to be so naive at times as not to see through the intent of those who are questioning the presence of our soldiers in the Eastern DRC, have we forgotten as a nation that our deployment to DRC is premised on our quest for everlasting peace and stability in our region, which is in actual fact a prerequisite for a sustainable development. When reflecting on all these questions that our heroes would have liked to ask us as a nation, I stood and then I reflected chest high and faced some of difficult realities. As South Africans, we sometimes behave as if we enjoy inflicting pain unto ourselves. A nation in grief of their fallen heroes should not be throwing accusation and counter-accusations on the merits and demerits of the status of our deployment. One tends to go on and ask as to in whose interest is it that we should be entangled in this tug of war. Again, our fallen heroes would be asking, is it the right time to be opening a debate on the defense funding? We, as the National Defense Force, have on several occasions acknowledged the challenges of insufficient funding. We are continuously telling all South Africans that there is a need to revise our current budget allocation in favor of building our capacity for defense. We have stated this without any shame, that a drastic injection is required to build capacity in the National Defense Force. But these are interactions that we make with those who are supposed to be listening to us. And indeed, we have stated that this drastic injection is urgent. So it is nothing new that we should, at this moment, move around trying to politicize this matter, saying that the Defense Force could have done better. We have done as much as we could in the circumstances that we found ourselves. Our people were armed, resourced, and capable of meeting the challenge that they faced. The outcome of our engagement has seen an assurance, as pronounced by the Commander-in-Chief, the President of this country, that the budget of defense will be increased to 1.5% of the GDP. Maybe it is important for me to state that defense funding is primarily future-orientated, and what we are fighting for is for us to establish a defense force of the future, and that is how the Commander-in-Chief understood what we needed. For today, we do have capabilities that are equal to the task, capabilities that are ready to defend and protect our country and its people. Maybe, again, I must start by indicating that buying weapon systems is not like going to buy a loaf of bread. Weapon systems, the turnaround time is long, and therefore, what we are asking is for us to be able to move into the future and not to try and answer the now problem. As a commander of the National Defense Force, I urge that we both serving and retired generals, including our media, should not be playing a blame game at this moment if indeed we are concerned about our challenges and supporting our soldiers and the bereaved families. If indeed we feel that the nation has the right to know, we will make the people know. But one would have expected that we go through a period of mourning as a nation and then introduce a discussion over the matters that are important and that our analysts and overnight defense specialists are being encouraged to embark on and not brush salt on the gaping wounds of our bereaved families and comrades. I am not sure if the time is opportune, and if we feel that it is appropriate time, we must determine how we must package and present the state of our case without being insensitive to the feelings and emotions of our bereaved families. In my opinion, bringing and discussing these issues at this particular moment of mourning is indeed insensitive and tantamount to rubbing the salt on the gaping wounds of the nation in grief. This is the time that we should be dedicating our energy and effort in soothing the pains of our people, because the nation is mourning. Maybe, without being arrogant, I must just take a few seconds to address myself to the generals, both serving and retired. I'm making this plea because generals are leaders of our society and must inspire confidence and hope to our people. Our utterances and behavior must reflect that resolve to occupy the moral high ground befitting the ethic morality that governs the general staff. If there is a national security issue that affects our nation, grandstanding on national TV may not bring immediate solution, but may in most instances be harmful to the image of our country and to that particular individual. As a general, his reputation becomes questionable. As we commemorate the remarkable contribution of our heroes, let us also acknowledge the impact they had, their passing on their families that they so much cherished. To you, my family, and the entire DOD family, your sorrow and grief is shared by a nation. They recognize and understand that yours is a noble task, a task that none would stand and carry out except those who are patriots. Our African proverb tells us that when a brave man dies, he does not take his courage with him. It is shared amongst those left behind. Today, we feel the immense weight of that shared courage. It falls to us to carry forward their mission and honor their sacrifice with our actions. We will ensure that our beloved ones' sacrifices are never forgotten and their stories will be told for generations to come. In the face of this tragedy, we must summon the strength to build a new hope. The commitment to peace must ignite the flame within us, inspiring us to continue the work they began. We must strive to create a world where peace prevails, where conflict is resolved through dialogue and understanding, and where the ideals of justice and equality reign. In that way, the captains of the war economy will be defeated and the peace dividend will flow to all. As the commander of the National Defense Force, I assure you that our commitment to peace and security remains steadfast. We will honor the memory of our fallen soldiers by continuing to pursue the ideals they fought for. We will strive to ensure that every mission we undertake is a testament and continue to be a testament of our preparedness to lay down our lives. For we have said we are prepared to lay down our lives in defense of our country and our Constitution. We will work tirelessly to ensure that peace flourishes in the region that is plagued by strife. Let us remember that in the darkest times, it is our collective spirit that shines the brightest. Together, we can build a future that honors their legacy. a future filled with hope, strength, and resilience. Let their courage inspire us to be better citizens, better soldiers, better neighbors, and better human beings. I therefore, at this moment of pain, dip our banners as the National Defence Force to the sacrifices that our heroes had made. Their bravery in the face of danger has not only protected the countless lives, but also upheld the values of peace and security that we strive to achieve. May their souls rest in peace, and may their families find comfort and strength during these difficult times. We will remember them. We will remember them.
We will remember them.
May their beautiful souls rest in peace. Thank you.
Before we call forward the President of the Republic and Commander-in-Chief of the President of the Republic, President Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa, we will ask the choir to sing a plea for Africa. Thank you. It is indeed an honor and privilege to call forward the President of the Republic to give us the main address. Mr. President.
Should I leave this?
It's okay. Thank you. Let us be seated, please. Program directors, the bereaved families of our fallen soldiers, Minister of Defense and military veterans, Ms. Angie Mutsecha, who had to leave a little earlier to catch a flight to Addis Ababa, to the meeting of the African Union, where she will attend the Peace and Security Council meeting with all other countries on our continent to discuss peace and security on our continent. Her counterpart is here, Minister of Defense of the Democratic Republic of Congo, His Excellency Mr. Guy Kabombo Muadiamvida. The Charge d'Affaires of the DRC to South Africa, His Excellency Mr. Benene. I want to extend greetings to the members of Parliament who are here present, and ministers and deputy ministers of the Republic of South Africa also here, and chairpersons of the committees of our Parliament, and extend my greetings to our former First Lady, House Zanele Mbeki, and also former Minister, Mr. Jeff Khadebe, who is my special envoy to the Great Lakes, and the Chief of our National Defense Force, General Ruzani Mapwanya, and members of the Military Command Council, and members of the Plenary Defense Staff Council, generals and admirals and officers, non-commissioned officers, and fellow South Africans. Ntumeleng go thoma ka go fetišetša matshidiso a rena le kgatong la mmuso le batho ka moka ba Afrika Borwa. Gagologolo go malapa le batho ba United Republic of Tanzania le ba Republic ya Malawi ka lebaka la go latlhegelwa ke masole a bona, re fetisisa ditebogo tsa rena go mmuso wa Uganda le setšhaba ka moka sa Southern African Development Community ka thekgo e ba re fileng yona go kgona go kgotlisa bana ba rena. Bosigong ba kajeno ba lekgono re eme mo ka dipelo tse boima. So allow me then to thank those various people in those countries who have really assisted us to bring back our fallen soldiers. Our nation is in mourning for these brave souls who lost their lives in defense of our brothers and sisters in the Eastern DRC. On behalf of the people of the Republic of South Africa, I offer my profound and deepest sympathies to the families of our fallen soldiers. Laba iba ime ibona nyamutala balahlekeriwe ibutomi bya bona hikuri abalwela kurhula na kwendla kuri swibamu leswi swi fanele ku ri swi miyela ku endlela ku ri Afrika-Dzonga na Afrika leyi hinkwayo yi va na kurhula. They lost their lives in defense of the defenseless. Yes, our fellow Africans, even if they may sound like they are in faraway countries, they are still Africans. Indeed, the South African National Defence Force is a force that is for the brave and those who have taken an oath to serve the people of our country. But as we are called upon to participate in missions of our continent, but also in international missions, they responded to that call to serve. As a nation, we are indeed proud of our very brave fallen soldiers. We have fulfilled our duty to bring our soldiers back home. We must fulfill our duty to complete their mission. I want to thank the Ministry of Defense and the leadership of the South African National Defence Force for making every effort to repatriate the remains of our fallen troops to their families. Earlier, I had an occasion to meet with the families of our fallen soldiers. It was a moment of great sadness as we passed our condolences directly to the families. They are sorrowful, and it is to be understood. Ndilibuangamanda muhasho wa SANDF kamushume wabawita kuwisa masole ashu. Our thanks also go to the United Nations, the Southern African Development Community, and other governments for their assistance. This was an operation involving considerable logistical challenges at a time when the security situation in the Eastern DRC remains volatile. And I'd like to thank the commanders who are currently in the DRC for sending a message to the families of those who have fallen, but also a message to all of us in South Africa. Hierdie pligtige geleentheid is 'n skerp herinnering aan die groot koste verbonde aan die bou van vrede in ons land, wat dikwels in die lewens van ons beste betaal word. En toch is vrede 'n ideaal waarna ons vir ewig moed en sal streef. The South African Defence Force is a defence force that is capable of defending the people of South Africa, but also capable of intervening in the interests of peace and security for those who need it in our region. We intervened recently in Mozambique when Mozambique was threatened by negative forces, and we knew that as we intervened, we were not only intervening on behalf of the people of Mozambique, but on our own behalf as well, because what had befallen Mozambique through the incursions of insurgents could easily befall us. And we acted in defense of our own country and also in defense of the people of Mozambique and our own region. South Africa is a troop contributing country to the SADC mission in the DRC and the United Nations Organization Stabilization Mission in the DRC as well. And as a country, we remain firmly committed to supporting all processes to bring peace in our region, but more particularly to bring an end to the conflict that has been raging in the DRC for almost 30 years. As we participate in these missions, I'd like us all to know that we are also defending our own freedom. We are also defending our own peace. The Chief of our National Defense Force, General Mapanya, is absolutely correct in restating the mission of our soldiers, of the Defense Force. And he's decrying the politicization of this whole mission, and indeed the politicization of the lives of our soldiers. And his call to his former colleagues who are generals, and his call to current serving generals is a correct one. And his call also to all of us as South Africans is a correct one, that this is not a time, yes, to be debating all the matters that have been current in our media, but it is a time to mourn the death of our fallen soldiers. We are encouraged by the outcomes of last week's joint summit of the East African Community and the South African Development Community, a summit that was, as I stated in Parliament this afternoon, quite historic, in that it is a summit that prioritized the political solution to the crisis in the East DRC. And South Africa reiterates its call for an immediate ceasefire and for a cessation of hostilities for all the warring parties to resume in inclusive negotiations. And as I indicated this afternoon, we call on all actors, both state and non-state actors, to participate in the dialogue that is led by President Lorenzo of the Republic of Angola, assisted and facilitated by President Uhuru Kenyatta, former President of Kenya. As Africans, we are one people. When one part of Africa bleeds, we feel its pain. As Afrikaners, almal van ons is een volk. Wanneer een deel van Afrika bloei, almal van ons voel die pyn daarvoor. Sama Afrika rote re batho bathihi musi chimwe chipiḓa cha Afrika tshi tshi bva malofha ri pfa vhuṱungu roṱhe. Loko hina hi ri maAfrika, loko munhu mun'we a vaviseka, hina hinkwaswo ha twa ku ri i ntiyiso ha vaviseka. The Congolese people cry out for protection, for an end of war and for their own dignity. The gallant soldiers whose lives we are celebrating today, but whose lives we are also mourning, answered the call. And to the families of the bereaved, we say, take comfort that your family members, your fathers, your husbands, your brothers, your cousins were heroes, and we as South Africans regard them as heroes of our nation. Their work in the DRC was not just about maintaining order. It was about building bridges, building peace, fostering understanding, and creating pathways for lasting peace in our region and in our continent. And so we say to you, in the words of S.E.K. Mkhai, in his poem he wrote after the sinking of the ship Mendi, he said, be consoled all of you orphans, be consoled all you widows. Somebody has to serve so that others can live. With these words we say, be consoled. This is how we build ourselves as ourselves, close quotes. As South Africa, we will not weaken in our resolve to realize the vision of an Africa free from war and conflict, an Africa free of poverty and underdevelopment, and an Africa at peace with itself and the world. This is a noble mission for those in our country who question what it is we are doing in the DRC. We say, from the time our country became free, we have participated in many missions to bring about peace on our continent. We are a trusted country and a reliable country when it comes to peace building. We have succeeded in bringing peace and building peace in a number of countries on our continent. And yes, we have lost heroic soldiers in the course of doing so in many missions that our country has been and our soldiers have been involved in. This is one of those missions. The achievement of this vision is the most fitting tribute that we can pay to our fallen heroes and the greatest honor to their memories. And yes, in joining the slogan of our soldiers and defense force, we will not forget them. These are sons of our African soil, and these are the honored heroes of our country. I want to thank them, one and all, and their names have been read a number of times even tonight. I want to thank them for the sacrifice that they made for others to be free and for others to live in peace. And I want to say to them, you died on the battlefield far from all you hold dear. But you are home now. You have come to your resting place. We are here to receive you with open arms and to lay you to rest. And to the families gathered here, we thank you for your sacrifice. For you have made the ultimate sacrifice as well, by letting this country have your sons so that they can serve the cause of peace on our continent. And I thank you as the Commander-in-Chief of our armed forces, because they have paid the ultimate price. We as South Africans join you as the bereaved families in your grief. Yes, as you feel pain as a result of your loss, a loss that is so overwhelming. And as a nation, we will forever be thankful to you as individual families for the sacrifice that you have made. But we will eternally remember these soldiers that we are now going to lay to rest. And we will give them the honors that they deserve. And I'm very pleased to be leading a South African National Defense Force that is so well organized as to be able to give them the military honors as we lay them to rest in all parts of the country where they have come from. The children of our various provinces have lost their lives. Let us celebrate their lives and give them the honor that they deserve. South Africa dips its head collectively in honor of these soldiers. And I want to thank you all as families for being able to come here so that we can have this memorial and bid them farewell. And I wish you courage. I wish you courage as you yourselves as families, aided and assisted by our defense force, as you lay them to rest. I know that it is a difficult time for you all as families. It is also a difficult time for us as a nation, and we will forever remember them. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, I will now call Chaplain Doram Pahlele to do the scripture reading. Chaplain Pahlele.
Good evening to all. As I'm going to read from the Christian Bible, I would like to acknowledge all other faith expressions present in this tent or in this gathering this evening. The Old Testament books, the book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 3, reading verse 1 and 8, and it reads as follows. There is a time for everything and a season for every activity under heaven. A time to love and a time to hate. A time for war and a time for peace. Here ends the reading of the scripture. May the good Lord bless it. Amen.
I will now request the choir to sing a hymn while we'll be ushering the presence of the Chaplain General of the South African National Defence Force, Brigadier General Thabo Masweu. Choir, please.
President, good evening.
To our Honorable President, the Father of the Nation, Ndate Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa, allow me also to acknowledge the Minister in her absentia, acknowledge the Chief of the South African National Defence Force, and therefore say, as the protocol was announced, allow me to ride on it and say, all of you are acknowledged. But it is important, my program directors, that we acknowledge our religious leaders that are here. I noticed that somewhere we missed them. And I'm humbled that in our security cluster we have the different leaders who are journeying with us, who have given us support throughout, and acknowledge the presence of the SCAP members, which is the security religious leaders, the cluster that we have, the Christian Religious Advisory Board members, the members of SACC, special acknowledgement to Archbishop Thabo Makgoba, acknowledgement of the executive, the General Secretary of the ZCC, all other bishops and the leaders that are here with us. We thank you for holding our hand during this time. And I want to say the families acknowledge and appreciate your support. Mr. President, sir, we have a message of support from the Hindu community also, the Muslim community, our traditional cultural or groups also, and those also who are supporting us throughout in this ministry in the Defense Force. And lastly, also to acknowledge all the members of the Defense Force, the generals, admirals, and all ranks who are former, who used to serve in this Defense Force. They have called, Mr. President, sir, and the Chief to say they are sending their condolences to the families. So I just thought I should acknowledge all those who have mentioned. If I have missed anyone, please, my apologies. The scripture speaks of time. And many speakers who stood here reflected on time. And if I were to ask what time is it, somebody will say to me it is 10 to 9. Someone will just say it is late, by this time I must sleep. Somebody will say it is morning. For others, time reflects the calendar days and activities that are determining what we should do each day as we wake up. But the challenge is, many a times, as we are chasing time, we miss the important and valuable lessons of life. Others maybe may say to me, time refers to different seasons. The seasons that at times we wish to predict, and many of us expect the seasons to remain fixed as we know them. whilst we miss the opportunity again to learn from the changing patterns of seasons. The question that I want to ask again this evening is, does it matter that we didn't do this parade in the morning and it's only done now? The truth that we can also face is that as human beings, we can plan everything and put everything in place. But at the end, God is the one who has the ultimate and who determines what happens at what time. It is quite obvious that as human beings, we do not adjust. We do not want to accept the reality that we are not in control of time. Mr. President, our beloved families, our esteemed guests, it is time now to mourn, and it's time again to celebrate our heroes. Allow me to share a story before I give 3 points and then we pray. We had a soldier that was walking by the river. And as the soldiers were walking, they saw this boy who was drowning. And one of the soldiers dropped his weapon, threw away his beret, ran into the water to save this child. He came out carrying this boy and gave it to the mother. And the mother grabbed the child and held the child very tight. But within a split second, the mother says to the soldier, "I am missing my son's watch." And the soldier was surprised and said, "What are you talking about? What are you referring to?" And the mother said, "When this child of mine was drowning, he had a brand new expensive watch." And the soldier said to the mother, "Unfortunately, I didn't see the watch. I saw your son. And my intention was to save your child, not to look for the watch." And the other soldier came and took his colleague and went away and said to him, "Our work is not to be celebrated. The work we do, we will find very few who will say thank you. But we carry on, we soldier on, because our duty is to serve even without a thank you." I want to say this evening, as the first point, it is time. It is time that we as a nation, it is time that as we as organizations, it is time even for politicians, it is time for churches, it is time for all who belong to this country to learn to celebrate. Our celebration must not be limited to that moment where we watch rugby and we claim that we are united. Our celebration must not be limited to that time when we watch soccer and we claim that we are united. Our celebration must not be limited to cricket and we claim that we are united. But when danger falls in our midst, we fail to hold hands and be able to can say, "Well done," to those who did well, even in dangerous moments. I want to also say as a second point, it is time that as a nation we should hate. Solomon says there's time to love and time to hate. And he's not saying hate the person, only just says hate the actions of the one who is doing this evil. And I want to request and pray and plead with the nation, plead with the organizations, plead with the church to say to all of us, it is time that we hate evil. It is time for the church to say, we will speak against any evil, against any act that is meant to destroy God's people. It is time for leaders to hate any oppression or injustice. It is time for organizations to hate any agenda that is meant to destroy people's lives. It is time for families to unite and stand together and celebrate their sons and daughters when they've done well and say, well done, you faithful servants. It is time that the presidents, the leaders of the nation unite and to say to the world, we all belong and all who are in this world are God's people. It is time that we hate evil. It is time for those who are continuing to be involved in all sorts of crime to say it ends today for the sake of God's people. As I draw to conclusion, it is going to be very important that as we're celebrating these soldiers, we now say it is time to support those who give up their lives for us. I'm reminded, Mr. President, that when COVID struck, there was nobody in the streets, only the soldiers of the South African National Defence Force. Even when COVID ended, there was no thank you. That was enough to reward the lives that were lost. You've sent the soldiers to defend the peace of the people of Congo, the continent, and our country. It is time that we say, thank you, our honorable soldiers. Thank you, men and women, who even when we don't give you enough, you are not millionaires, but your hearts operates like millionaires because you love your country so much. It is time that we stand together and say, for the sake of this our beautiful country, we will unite. As I conclude, I want to say to all of us this morning, it was not by mistake that your sons, your daughters, and those from Malawi and Tanzania who lost their lives, that today we are mourning them. It was time, because when it's time for war, a soldier is always ready to give up his life. And ours is just to stand firm and say, well done, for you stood firm and you never surrendered, and you raised your flag high for the sake of those who cannot defend themselves. If South Africa is not the country to do it, then there's nobody. And I think we should be proud and stand tall as a nation and say, we have soldiers who can take a command. We have soldiers who can say, amidst all, we will go to Mamina, Sizoya, Laos Tumakon. Kulungula sibusise, Kulungula sinika amandla. Uma sivuma sonke sithi, it is time for the nation of South Africa to say our defense force is the only treasure we have, because the sovereignty of this, our beautiful nation, is in their hands. And they have displayed the bravery that none of us would not be able to can do. Mr. President, 24 hours before the war started, I was with those soldiers. I visited every soldier in DRC. And I want to assure you, none of them were saying, Sifuna ukubuyela ekhaya. They just said, pray for us, Mfundisi, so that we can be able to do our duty well. It is time that those who have given up our lives, those who have sacrificed
are not persecuted, are not ridiculed, are not made to be something that is smaller than what we have already made them. And we just say, they are our pride. They are our soldiers. In closing, when Jesus visited the gravesite of Lazarus, he found Mary and Martha weeping, and he joined them in sorrow, in pain, in support and understanding of their pain. May we today join these families, cry with them, mourn with them, and at the end, celebrate their children, for they have given up and signed up their lives to save our lives. May God bless and help us. Amen. May I request that we all rise. We have a moment of silence as we remember our fallen heroes. It is well with my soul. It is well. It is well with my soul. They shall not grow old as we that are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. We will remember them.
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 I thank you. Please be seated. Thank you to the Chaplain General of the South African National Defence Force, Brigadier General Masweu. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me now to call upon Lieutenant General Westman Bambo with a vote of thanks. Generals.
Honorable President, His Excellency Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa, allow me, sir, to rest on the protocol that has been observed. Safe to greet you, sir, and the bereaved families tonight. It's time to say thank you. A thank you task. It is the last, but not the least, activity to be done whenever the work is completed. Unless thank you is conveyed, those who have done the work may consider themselves worthless. Let me begin with those who can no longer hear this appreciation, but nevertheless have done excellently, more than all of us, and paid the supreme price. To you, our fallen heroes, you who now lie motionless, unable to respond, our thank you and appreciation for what you did for South Africa and the continent is beyond
what our words can muster. Your sacrifice lingers on like the streaks of red clouds after sunset, symbolizing a well-accomplished task. Yes, you are no more, but we cannot erase the work you have done for us and the people of the DRC and this continent. Izandla zidlula ikhanda. Thank you. To all the families of our fallen heroes who have agreed to borrow our country and the Defense Force, your prime jewels, to serve us, you have entered into a unique, unwritten covenant with us, wherein you knew that a possibility exists where you might lose your precious jewels forever. However, that fear and concern didn't make you to shrink back, but you stood behind the scenes in support. In their demise and last moments, you were not there to soothe their agony, and you had to suffer a long period of waiting to receive and bury them because of circumstances that were beyond yours and our controls. We want to say thank you to you, dear bereaved families. Your sacrifices cannot be ignored nor underestimated. The SANDF and the country shall be indebted to you forever. We salute and thank you. To the Commander-in-Chief, President, the Cabinet and other members of Parliament present today, we convey our appreciation to you. We understand the hectic schedule you have, and you could have excused yourself from this ceremony to attend to other business of government. However, you made a conscious decision and overstretched yourself to be with us tonight. Thank you, Mr. President, for your dedication to the country and demonstration of care and compassion to your soldiers and their families. We extend our gratitude and appreciation to the Department of Defense under the leadership of Minister of Defense and Military Veterans, Mayor Angelina Matsecha, and the SANDF leadership headed by General Rutsani Mopanya. All your efforts and steering leadership in guiding the Defense Force during these turbulent times is most appreciated. The role played by the Defense Multi-Professional Team in tandem with the SANDF Spousal Forum cannot be underestimated. To all of you, a heartfelt gratitude and appreciation. We extend our appreciation to everyone who have worked tirelessly behind the scenes to make today's occasion a befitting memorial service in honor to our fallen heroes. To the organizers, the military personnel, and many individuals who contributed in various ways, Rialeboga, Payatanki, for yele uitstekend pogings. We extend our gratitude and appreciation to various media houses.
Well, as the program is about to come to an end here at the Swartkops Air Force Base, President Cyril Ramaphosa, a bit earlier on, Kaya, thanking these fallen soldiers for their sacrifice, saying They died on the battlefield, far away from their loved ones, but now they are home. Now they are here to rest. And quite notably there, Kaya, from the General Rutsani Mapanya, who is the chief of the SANDF, bemoaning the politicization of the deployment of the South African National Defence Force soldiers in the DRC, and the President agreeing with the sentiments that he shared there, in which he said it is a time to mourn, and re-emphasizing, as he did in Parliament a bit earlier on today, that the deployment of the SANDF, like in many other countries where this has taken place, in Eritrea, in Burundi, in Ethiopia, as well as Darfur, they are in those countries to bring about peace and stability. And the President, the Commander-in-Chief, reiterating there that South Africa will continue to ensure that it is part of ensuring that Africa does become stable.
Well, certainly, Criselda, quite a very important moment as the Commander-in-Chief was speaking, but also echoing the sentiment that we're going to remember them, also paying homage to the countries who helped these troops really to finally reach South Africa, talking about the volatile situation, but also thanking the likes of Uganda for opening their doors, but also honoring the soldiers of Tanzania and also Malawi, as we know that also they suffered some losses in this instance, Criselda, but also emphasizing that we'll not be weakened in our mission to achieve that Africa that is free of conflict, but also talking about the journey of the SANDF in terms of their role in the DRC, talking about MONUSCO, their presence there, but also emphasizing that they were really encouraged by some of the very key outcomes taken from that extraordinary summit by the leaders from SADC and East African Community, calling for cessation of hostilities, a permanent ceasefire, but also saying these soldiers, Criselda, died defending the defenseless.
That was a very powerful statement to make there, Kaya, in particular with the President, Cyril Ramaphosa, as well as the Commander-in-Chief, referring to this is not just a deployment, if I may, that happened yesterday. South Africa's commitment to peace and stability started at the dawn of democracy in 1994. And in fact, as I've been referring throughout the course of today about the countries that South Africa has been involved in, it's been a true contributing nation to a number of countries where peace and stability does not thrive. And he made mention of the SADC mission, which we know, the SADC mission officially, of course, the SANDF had been part of since 2023, and the MONUSCO, which is the United Nations Stabilization Mission, it had been part of since 1999. So a lot of reference, to the President indicating that this is not a mission that started just yesterday. We have been involved in peacekeeping missions in other parts of the continent for many years now. And as you said, that's not about to be weakened anytime soon.
Well, absolutely, Criselda, but also the President really starting with a very key issue, saying that South Africa's Defence and Military Veterans Minister Angie Motshekga just left for Ethiopia, Addis Ababa. So really showing that this is going to be a fairly dominant issue for the African leaders, especially as we know that DRC really enjoys a very special place where it's a member of SADC, but also a member of EAC. But most importantly, we know that with the AU Peace and Security Council, issue of security is always quite important for the leaders. If you talk about development, security is absolutely vital.
Kaya, I think just behind us now, the vote of thanks has been done, and there is a prayer, closing prayer, which is currently underway. Perhaps we can just pause for that at this stage, and we'll pick up straight after it.
Modimo ntate, modimo mora, modimo moya o halalela. Ibele malapa o hla utlwileng bohloko. Bele sesole sa rona sa South Africa. Ibele naha ya rona ya South Africa. Ibele khotso ya rona ya naha entle ya South Africa. Jwale le ka o sa inkae. Amen. Thank you.
All right, Kaya, so this about brings an end to today's program, and I really think it's about the families and the fact that there is some closure that they will get today. What they've been calling for all along was for the return of the remains of their loved ones back to the country. That has now happened, and I guess it's going to hit home that now they have to bury their loved ones, and the appreciation, I guess, from all the statements and speeches that were made today certainly indicates that the mission that they were on was indeed to serve for peace and stability on the continent. Kaya?
Well, absolutely, Criselda. A very heart-wrenching moment. I think there was a time where the phrase, we'll remember them, it really echoed in this Makim, and really just a clear emphasis for the country that they are really honoring the heroes. But of course, we'll just leave you with these images. Of course, it's been quite a very emotionally charged affair here, Criselda.
That's right, absolutely. And just before you let us go, I think in just about a moment we're expecting the President to engage just a little bit with the families. Indeed, as you can see, the President is engaging with the families just as he's about to leave the ceremony as it has come to an end, really hailing these soldiers for the contribution they've made towards peace and security on the continent. Right, my colleague Sophie Mokoena seems to be very close to where the President is. I'm going to see if I can't move towards there as well and see if we can't get a bite from the President on this, and perhaps let's see if we will be able to speak to him. In fact, the President is moving towards this direction.
Is this session of the African Union in the backdrop of the challenges
Well, the meeting of the Assembly of the African Union is extremely important, particularly at this point in time when there are so many issues to be addressed and challenges, particularly conflicts on our continent. West Africa is going through a challenging time as well, with coups that have happened in a number of countries. The Sudan is going through enormous challenges, with many people who have died and been displaced. And when there is a war, a civil war raging, and we here in Southern Africa are also going through a most challenging conflict in the DRC, where fortunately we are seeking always to restore peace and ensure that there's security. Our forces are still in the DRC, and the ceasefire that we've been calling for, we hope that it will take hold and be consolidated so that our forces can come back home. And tonight we have mourned and in a way celebrated the lives of the 14 soldiers that we lost. And I had the opportunity to meet the families and comforted them, but also told them that their sons have not died in vain because they were serving a noble cause, and a cause that we as South Africa have been involved in for many years, to ensure that there's peace on our continent and that there's security. So we are committed to continue serving, to make sure that there is peace on our continent. So our mission is peace and to ensure that there is security on the African continent. So as we go, elect a new chairman of the African Union Commission, and all the time.
Well, of course, those are the remarks by the South African President, Cyril Ramaphosa, really engaging with the members of the media and really emphasizing the importance of today. As you know, that the issue of peace and security is incredibly important for this administration, for the African continent. As you know, that the African leaders will be an all-important meeting in terms of the AU summit that's coming up in Addis Ababa. But of course, Criselda, from the Commander-in-Chief, really just getting a snapshot in terms of the importance of tonight, really in terms of honoring these heroes according the respect that they certainly do deserve.
Oh, absolutely. And of course, taking time to speak to the media, extending on what, he told the delegation and the families that have gathered here today, but a profound sense of loss that, we've certainly could not have imagined, on the part of these families who've lost their loved ones. It's incredibly difficult for them, to, at this particular point, just know that this is the moment that signifies for them a time that they need to bury their loved ones. But I think just generally what has taken place at this point is that the president indicating the boys are now home. These men who fought so gallantly are now home. And these very dedicated soldiers who have died in the line of fire, in the battlefield, while they may have been far away from home, at least their remains are now back on South African soil. And I think, Kaya, that's where we're going to have to wrap it up at this point.